And hey, what's up, noob? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. If anyone would prefer to lurk on YouTube, here's the link. No worries if not. Let me get some synthwave going. So, let's really look at what we're doing next. We've got the responsiveness issue. Yeah, so issue number 26. Is that what we're actually on right now? We'll leave that. That's actually not part of our problem. So, the place we left off. Let's actually demonstrate the problem real quick. That way it's a little more obvious. Oh, and yeah, we got some UI stuff, like adding ellipses to these two things, right? Anything that would be in UI that we need to maybe account for when it gets to multiple lines. So yeah, we're gonna have to do that. But the biggest thing we want to do is this part. See how like janky that feels? That wasn't too bad, actually. It's typing into the label that's the problem. The content is actually not bad. No, that part's still pretty bad. Okay. So the biggest thing we gotta do is figure out a good way of decoupling the render of that form from the data updating. And I think that's less of the issue, and instead, we should just properly debounce things. Oof. Hold up. Okay, so that's a big part of it. All right, so chewing up 1.4 gigs of RAM is expected. Oh wait, that's Firefox. Hold on, let's fix the Firefox issue. Never mind. It probably does, but you need to look at your memory pressure and see that. right? As you keep typing and updating and doing other things, do you see the amount of RAM that the tab consumes keep going higher and higher? It actually means it's a garbage collection issue. Yeah, I would say check that out just to be sure. All right, let me do a quick refresh here. All right, so we're looking at memory pressure right now. Hold on, I'm gonna kill that. All right, so we see that Chrome helper already jumping up to 3 gigs. And it doesn't reclaim any of it, right? So then I do it again. Probably see it up at 4, 5. Yes, that's it. That's actually the biggest issue. We are massively increasing our memory pressure. And that's due to how this is working. So if we were to debounce this, we'd be good. Right? Hard refresh gets us back to 1.5. Yep. Oof. Still really bad though. Let's just force quit it again. And on a fresh load, it puts us down around like 800. So, what's actually happening then is probably what we're doing in here. So fs.unlink and fs create data file, those could definitely be part of it. I want to see if that does it. Right, so that was the big part right there. Yeah. All right, so we're good to go. The problem was that we had the Whisper instance listening to current settings, and current settings were listening to the fetch timestamp, which they don't need to do. Right? The only thing updating based on current settings is the Whisper instance, basically. And the only other place we care about settings being updated is here when we do an explicit change event. So none of that is a problem. Ooh, actually, hold on. So current model. Yeah, so now we're not like properly reactive based on changing our settings. So instead, I think we just want to do like the getter or setter. Yeah, so loading or getting the model. That's where we're trying to load it from our cache in IndexedDB or fetch it from where the server is, and no matter what, it's async. Yep. Getting current settings is async as well. Oh, and I should send a message to Acorn and Robotic Head real quick. How do I create a group message? I'm so bad at this. Oh. Oh, interesting. I guess for groups. Oh, okay. Never mind. 1 second. There we go. I have to actually add someone as a friend before I can add them into a group. I did not know that. Okay, so back to what we're thinking of right here. Yeah, I want a setter for settings because it's separate from the get timestamp junk. I don't think that's the issue. All right, so all right, so then in the settings modal, that's the only place we're doing any of that stuff. Wait, okay, so hold on. I need to look this up. I don't know what's actually going to be in the update. I need to look at the Yotai docs. Okay, so let's look at a read-write atom. Yeah. I think one of the big problems is that I'm using some of my state wrong. I'm doing a lot of my mutations separate from Yotai, when realistically I should be doing it inside the setters of a Yotai atom. So I might want to do that at some point. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think any of that's something I'm looking for either, not yet. Could be related, but nah. Okay, so no matter what, we can just do async stuff there. That's no problem. But there's also atom with observable type stuff, which is interesting. So you can do that with RxJS, which is kind of nifty. Interesting. Huh. So yeah, I'm less sure of what that means now. Oh! So loadable would actually be for preventing suspend. Oh, okay. That's actually useful. What the hell is a family of atoms? All right, so I don't think we need any of that. I'm just getting, like, stuck looking at some of this. But realistically, I think the setter is what we need to do. Update here is unknown. I want to see if we can actually call a getter for the current settings right here. I don't know what that's gonna do. Oh. Let's do that for now. But we need to actually call the setter here in the modal now. So that's the object we care about. We're not calling that directly anymore in here, I think. All right, let's try this again. We go to settings. If I click base EN, sure, we download it. Uh-oh. Did we hit our storage quota? Nope. It just got hung up. I don't know why. All right. So we click save. Did that update things as we expected, right? Settings updated. We see update. We see update is base model, tiny en. So we can just return the merged version of those, I think. Now here's my next question. Did it actually save and update as we expected? Yep. I think if we do that... Nope. Because it would need... Okay. Never mind. We'll let it infer it. Alright, so updating settings should be good. Sure. Yep, that seems fine. Yep, no lag anymore. Perfect. All right, so we nailed it with that. Let's look at RAM consumption. We're already at 3.81 gigs, and that's due to me doing something like that, right? Does that kick us up to 4? No, not yet. That increases it. And then if we hit save, all right, so that's not something we expect someone to do often. I would definitely assume that we'd get some kind of like garbage cleanup there. I'm thinking that maybe the C++ doesn't clean up very well. So now let's just look in whisper.cpp and see if they expose any functions to the top level of what we're doing in an interesting way. So what we're looking for is full default. Right? So the mscriptin stuff, right? What do they expose to us? Whisper.free. I think I need to be calling whisper.free. No, I don't. Oh, I do. Okay. Where are we calling whisper.init? Right here? Yes, we are. Inside of process audio. Which means that it's not this part that we're having the issue with. I think, yeah, we weren't actually firing the full default. So I don't think that's our problem. Okay, so let me try this. All right, let's kill that helper real quick. We see memory pressure at 1.18. .32, which isn't terrible so far. It's growing less than it was, I think, which is definitely a win. Does look like it's leaking, though, right? So it's something to do with our file stuff. Yep. We're absolutely leaking RAM. Now, is that on our end? Or is that in some other side of things? And what is this trying to tell me? Oh, browser cache disabled. I like the fact that they throw that icon there now. I feel like they didn't used to. Now, keep in mind that this is something that the user is really not expected to toggle or fiddle with that much. We end up having, like, the growth problem here. Especially because we're in dev mode, and it's, like, reloading the instance a lot. What I find interesting is that, yeah, it's not decreasing. If this was on our JavaScript side of things, that should decrease. So yeah, I think it's somewhere inside of whisper.cpp. There's a memory link for the file system stuff. But let's do this one more time. Let's force quit that tab. We weren't doing that free before. If we just comment out that free, I think we're good. I wouldn't say I think we're good. I think it might not be doing anything. That's probably the way I should have phrased that. Yeah, it grows by about the same amount, with or without the free. I mean, threads shouldn't be really doing anything like that. So here's the big thing. Whisper is not running right now, right? It's not processing any audio. The instance is active. Ooh, our thread count's now accurate, though. Oh, shit. That did not increase the memory footprint. So no, it's only when we're updating our model, which is actually an interesting bit. If the model updating is doing it, it's actually maybe something to do with how we are storing the model, right? If just changing our settings without changing the model is not doing it, yeah, it's actually this part. Interesting. Okay. I'm not so sure about that. It's not that we need to clear out the model from how Whisper is using it. I think it's more about how we're like loading or downloading it. So similar, but not quite the same thing. Yeah, I think it's actually this function that is our leak. Okay, cool. I think that's nice, right? It's worth just validating this, double checking it. Yeah, at least we understand where that leak is. I think we also solved the problem of it leaking at the wrong times, due to like changes that didn't need to happen. So if we listen to like the fetch timestamp, we got a major issue. I want to see how often that's getting fired. Just to be sure. Loading model for Whisper instance. Oh. All right, let's clear that out. So let's just verify this. Testing with the base model. Let's see if this gets in there as we expect it to. Let's do the Woodford. Ooh, that is taking longer than it should. Oh, I think we set it to 1 chord, didn't we? Oof. Yeah, we totally did. Maybe not. All right, testing with the base model. Yeah, we had a memory leak. We were listening to the wrong update events that was reinstantiating things way more often than it should. Oh, shit. Let's just reload. All right, so now base model was loaded. If I change it, do we actually see the update? This is now testing with the tiny model. Do we see a difference? Oh, and yeah, I just wanted to see the log. Settings in model, or settings model in process audio. So, yeah, it turns out this did not get updated as we expected. Wait, why does it think settings is any right there? Oh, it thinks ID is any. Oh, no, it doesn't. What? All right, so whatever. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's not a big deal, because we're persisting it to settings just fine. We're not using settings.model, we're using the model that is current model. Yeah, this might actually be fine. Right. Because this is just the raw model. Right. And no matter what, yeah, so model is always based off of selected model. Yeah, we see settings get updated. Settings getting updated should be firing this derived atom, but we're not seeing that. Yeah, okay. So I'm misunderstanding some of this derived state, which is tricky. There are ways around it for sure. Oh. Is it because I overrode this? Oh, that doesn't even fix that now. What? Okay, so we break that. If we don't pass a setter, then it's no longer a right. Interesting. I kind of figured that this would still be reactive based on updates, but hold on. The way we're doing this part, I think we need to change. Yeah. So what I want to do is, if we go look at settings modal, we're going to see that as I change what's the current model, right? Maybe. Nope, never mind. Ooh, it's not in here? Okay, so that changes things. Ah, that's it. Okay. Yep, so this is actually a huge flaw. We are updating the model state in here. And we should not be. Oh, and the reason that failed, I think, is this. Okay. So we load or get the model, and then we need to update the global state of the model. Yeah, so we've got like a major state synchronization issue. I gotta think about the actual flow. Because we want to definitely prompt the user to download the model here. We only want to set the current model. Oh, and hold on. Hold on. Because I think it's nicer to allow the choice. If they have a machine capable, shouldn't they be allowed to use a larger model? If they're on a weak machine, shouldn't they be able to choose the small one? Right? Everyone's going to have different memory requirements. I know. It's a proof of concept, so hard coding it would be fine. I think no matter what, it's worthwhile to prompt the user for a download, right? Because if they're going to download X amount of data, they should definitely be warned about that ahead of time. You know, what if they're on mobile? They want to test it out for fun. They load up the site, and they didn't realize they were going to get 142 megabytes of data downloaded. I'd rather prompt them and warn them for that. Would it simplify what we're doing? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that the problem we're solving isn't a problem that we'd probably have to solve in a lot of other cases too. So understanding this order of operations properly, I think, is incredibly useful. Ooh, and yeah, real quick. I do need to message someone. All right, so yeah, just had to reach out to the gaming crew tonight. Didn't get to play any Baldur's Gate 3 with James and Worm this week because Worm was not feeling well, but we're at a point where my second group is caught up with the first group, and I really don't want to progress the second group past the first group. So, yeah. We might just figure out a different game to play tonight, or maybe we just, you know, postpone until next week. That could work too. But yeah. I'd like to play games with Acorn and Robotic Head. Maybe Lethal Company? Oh, or Ghostbusters. Yeah. So we got games we can play tonight. Pal World would make sense. No, BG3 is exactly the game we wouldn't play because that's the one that is the main game with the crew, right? So that's the normal one that Acorn and Robotic Head and I play. But that's also the one that James and Worm and I play on Wednesdays. Pal World would be an option. I think we'd want to maybe set up like a dedicated server at that point. which I could probably do from my kitchen machine. Yeah, just throwing it out there, letting you know. But Algo Bro had mentioned interest in the Ghostbusters game as well as Lethal Company. So that could work. How many beanies do I own? A bunch. I got a whole bin. If you comb my Twitter, I've posted an image of it before. Yeah, I've only got like 5 that I think fit well enough to, wear on a regular basis. Now, me election is a totally different thing, Connolly. Yeah, orderly is what you see in the title, right? A writing tool. Me election is nothing like writing. So yeah, totally new. Like Connolly, we're technically working on other stuff, like way more things since working on Me Election. I'm heavily pivoting from Me Election mainly because I hate dealing with the app stores. I hate it so much. Verifying your business and doing all that junk is so damn annoying. Right? Get a DUNS number, do the blah. Like, I hate the app stores. So, yeah, that basically burnt me the hell out. I ran into friction with both of them. I missed a phone call from Google for verifying my business because I didn't recognize the number. Yeah, I mean, technically, they get paid whether I release something or not. Right? It's like a Costco membership. They actually make more if you don't shop there. You know? Because Costco takes a loss on some items or makes no profit simply to justify the membership fee. So Apple's fine with collecting their $100 a year. You mean I'm not even incurring any extra costs for them to review the apps and stuff? Right? They don't even have to do app review because I'm burnt out, but I'm still paying for the $100 a year. That's their win. That's what they bank on. Yeah, the app stores are the worst. Yeah, so at some point, I'm not like anti-mobile, I'm anti-app stores. And at this point, I think trying to pivot Me Election to a progressive web app would be the move. I think that would be the biggest win. So that would probably be the goal at some point. But again, I need to like really prioritize. I only have so much time. I don't think Me Election is the thing that is the best use of my time as far as being able to make a product that I can live comfortably off of. And then maybe, work on Me Election again as a passion project. If there's any React Native companies out there that would like me to, showcase their products and how it could work for Me Election, well, that could be a thing. Yeah, I mean, progressive web apps are the way to hit them. If we just keep releasing good progressive web apps, the platforms will have to catch up. Right? So I think that's the biggest thing we could do, right? As developers, if you're trying to target mobile users, create an actual proper progressive web app. That's the only way we win. That's the only way we kill the app stores. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, the app works great on Android. Yeah. I mean, you don't... You don't necessarily need dedicated mobile people these days because React Native is good enough. You would still need people experienced in React Native if you want to make a React Native based PWA, which is totally doable, right? Ooh, maybe not? No, this person has no idea. Right? React Native Web is totally a thing. Yeah, but Connolly, that's the most recent thing that people are kind of up in arms about. If you want to be able to operate your own app store, Apple still wants to actually charge you for installs, right? They still want to make money off of your app store, right? You still need to, like, pass them a cut. Yeah, due to, like, pricing and, like, weirdness. Yep. It's weaponized incompetence. If you read a lot of the, like, the random, like, drama subreddits, like, Am I the Asshole subreddits and stuff, you'll read about, like, partners weaponizing their incompetence. Hey, if I just mess this thing up a couple times, they'll never ask me to do it again. Type stuff. Oh, someone cares about their knives? Well, I'll just throw the knives in the dishwasher a couple times and they'll never ask me to do dishes again. Yeah, weaponized incompetence is actually a thing. Whether people do it on purpose or not is a thing. Yeah, planned incompetence, weaponized incompetence, same idea. Yeah, Apple absolutely is weaponizing their incompetence. Oh, we messed up. We'll totally maybe think about fixing it eventually, but y'all should be better, right? Like, I don't know, right? They gaslight you and do all that stuff, right? Yeah, Apple knows exactly what they're doing. It's one of those things where they release something that oversteps and then they pull back a little bit and people thank them for it. Right? That's a very common tactic, right? You overstep, but then you take a step back, but the amount of step back you do is still progress from the previous, like, stage before you overstepped, right? It's like shrinkflation. They'll increase the size of bags, like, during, like, good times. They'll add more content to it, and then they'll slowly just reduce the amount that's in the bag, so there's just more empty space. And then, now with 30% more, even though they've actually been dialing it back the entire time. Unity may have tried to do it, but Unity basically, like, shot themselves in the foot heavily. I know at least a few people that will never consider using Unity again. Right? I almost wonder if there was, like, a sleeper agent, right? Like, does the guy that was the EA exec that was running, like, Unity, does that guy have, like, stock or some vested interest in Godot or Godot or whatever? Because that's what he did. Does he have stock in Unreal and, like, Epic? Because that's what he did. All he did was push users to those platforms instead. And when he got fired, it was still probably a golden parachute. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's used to running EA, where he can do anything he wants to gamers, and they'll take it. Game developers are not the same thing. That's where his mistake was, I think. Gamers are actually down for abuse, no matter how much they complain about it. they still buy the game. Some people say he screwed up EA. EA makes so much money due to the policies he implemented. Yeah, exactly, Akavenge. Yeah, Madden. Every single year. Ugh. Right? But you still buy it. But you spend less and less every time, right? Yeah, EA is just a glorified casino at this point. Yeah. Connolly, it was recently surfaced that the government and military are no longer restricted from using ChatGPT. That is most likely the conflict of interest they were talking about in the past, because ChatGPT's original goal was like a do no harm kind of thing. But yeah, hey, no worries, user, and thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, we were caught up. It's basically a rant day. When you get back from walking the dogs, maybe like stop in. I want to show you the thing we're working on. I want to push up a fix real quick. I know we've looked a little bit at it, but it's gotten way better. We've done like a lot of good work on it. But we have a major memory leak that I haven't pushed up a fix for yet that we should probably look into. We've just been kind of digging into a state issue that I have where we're not loading the right model at the right point. So when you change your model and save, it's not actually updating until you refresh. So that's a huge bug. That's a problem. So we're currently digging through the order of operations to make sure that you're using the up-to-date model when that happens. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe next time you're in, because I take Sundays off. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, go out, enjoy your night. No stress. If you come back hammed out, you know, like got a few in you, and you want to see it, you'll probably be even more hyped on it. Right? So yeah, when you get done, like, going out, party time, right? You'll be pumped on what you see. Yeah, good to go. So yeah, no worries, just let me know. But yeah, thank you, man. Yep, appreciate you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everyone from user and stream. I can show you a bit of what we're working on. We just haven't pushed up the fixes because we are in the middle of one fix that I think is actually really important. The basic gist is we just got a raid from Userin. He's an awesome dude. He's gonna go walk his dogs right now and then go out partying. Hopefully when he gets back from partying, he can check out and see some more of the stuff we're doing. He can actually fiddle with it himself. And I'd be really curious to know how it works for like other languages, as long as you use like a non-English model. That'd be kind of cool, right? And just remember, my Mac Mini is extremely slow, so don't blame it for taking too long doing this. On a reasonable PC, a more modern PC, it should be pretty good. So X Factor, here's the thing. ChatGPT is only one thing. There's open AIs you can use. Stable Diffusion is open source, isn't it? Yeah, so deepfakes and all that stuff have actually been a problem for a while. No one as high profile as Taylor Swift has been the target so far. Oof. Yeah, this is taking forever. My poor little Mac Mini. I think something broke. Oh, yeah, there's the presidential, like, audio deepfakes and all those things, yep. So, there it is. We got a raid from User In. He's an awesome dude. He's gonna go walk his dogs right now and then go out partying. Hopefully, when he gets back from partying, he can check out and see some more of the stuff we're doing. He can actually fiddle with it himself. So, there you go, right? Worked great for English. Yes, all 100% local to the browser tab, right? It's all running as WASM in the browser. There's no server whatsoever. It is not real time. Yeah. Theoretically, there is a real-time way you could do it, and let me just give you the link before you go. If you want to fiddle with the thing that this is actually based on, you can do it all yourself using Whisper and WASM, and they have a streaming version that would actually work, and it's far less accurate, though. I would say the recorded version is more accurate, and for what I'm doing, I would prefer more accuracy. On a faster machine, it's probably pretty good. Right, let's look at it on this machine. We're gonna go tiny, quantized. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's really cool. All right, so here we go. We're loaded. So, yes, we allow. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Will it blend? Do we see anything happening at all? Oh, yeah, so it caught some of it, but right, the streaming of it is a little bit slower, right? On a faster machine, it's probably pretty good, though. But I'm not sure, like, how much CPU are we chewing up while this is happening? If we look at it, yeah, I'm chewing up all of my CPU. It's all CPU bound. I don't have a graphics card. Yeah, so, I don't know, right? Let's click stop, and let's look at it. It's probably pretty good, though, but I'm not sure, like, how much is happening. If we look at it, yeah, I'm chewing up all of my CPU. It's all CPU. I don't have a graphics card, and then that's where it stopped. So the reason it did that is because typically there's like a technical writing thing where you're better off with small numbers spelling out the number if it's only one of them. When you have multiple, then it's worth doing just the numbers, comma, separated. That's actually like a technical writing thing that is kind of amazing to see it take into effect. So in this snippet we see, right, in that chunk, allow testing 1, in that chunk, spelling out 1 is actually the technically correct way of doing documentation, etc., right, or technical writing. Right? For larger numbers, then yes, it should use a number. So maybe we try that out, right? Waiting for audio? Yeah? Okay. Let's see if it's working. Okay, yep, so there it goes. Let's see what happens when I say something like 123. Right? So it's actually taking into account technical writing in a major way. Like, it's really good. That's kind of genius. That's really impressive, actually. Yeah, it actually understands how to write technically. Like, whoa, man. Like, context and everything. That's amazing. Yeah, and keep in mind, I didn't make this. Like, this is some other genius that did this stuff, right? But it's all running in the browser using only 2 cores of a really ancient CPU. If you have web GPU, right? Let's go back to the main. The thing that requires this to work is you need WASM SIMD at the bare minimum, right? For CPU instructions. But if you have web GPU, right? An actual GPU and you're using Chrome, you can actually farm this out to your graphics card. So people with a GPU would probably get way better results. So go ahead and try it, right? Try doing the stream or the main and see how long it takes to record some of these things. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I would bet you're fine. I would bet that it runs really fast on your machine. Have you tested it? Have you fiddled with it? Ooh, couldn't connect your real mic to it though? Yeah, no worries. I have not tried it on my gaming PC yet. That is most likely a place where I might do this. Yeah, so Chrome is like the required browser at this point, especially because Firefox can't load files larger than 256 meg. So yeah, Chrome is actually like the intended playground, which I should have as a note. I mean, it's not V8 specific. Firefox still works. You just can't load any of the larger models. Yeah, exactly. So add warning about working better in Chrome-based browsers for larger models. Yes, WASM dates back all the way to ASM.js. ASM.js was a proof of concept. WASM is a totally separate thing. But ASM.js proved out the idea. So mscripten compiled to ASM.js back in the day. Now, mscripten compiles to raw WASM. Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if you've ever seen the birth and death of JavaScript, right? In this video, he's actually talking about ASM.js, not WASM. WASM didn't exist at the time he made this talk. Ooh, userin, really? Oh, hold on. Let me grab my phone. Dude, I got to meet him. He was at Seattle JS. Yeah, it was so cool. I definitely freaked him out, right? He was like coming out of the bathroom, like not like directly out of the bathroom, but it was like, you know, I'm at the bar, I see him coming by. I'm like, oh my God, Gary, can I get a photo? He's like, I guess. Like it was, he was uncomfortable, but he didn't let it show through in the photo. Yeah. Right? Oh, for sure. But dude, yeah, he's actually in the area. He's been to Seattle JS a few times. He's really cool. Yeah, he's really cool. I'm pretty sure I've actually argued with him before at a Seattle JS when I didn't realize it was him. I'm talking like 5 years ago. Not like argued, but like, you know, had a conversation about WASM. I had the thought that WASM could actually be like an intermediate target for things. I maybe had like a really bad understanding of like maybe how it would work, but it actually makes sense at this point. If you've ever seen Xdism. Now, it wouldn't be used for like rewriting into a new language, but using WASM as the intermediate target for other languages to like share functionality, that actually makes a lot of sense. So the idea of using WASM as a plugin framework is genius, right? So yeah, he was somewhat right. I was somewhat right. I think we were good. Yeah, Xdism is basically about you and your app could be C, C++, whatever, any of these languages. And you could use any language that compiles to WASM and use that WASM in your code. So people could write plugins for your thing without having to write in the language your thing was written in. Again, Gridgely, you're missing the point. Back in the day, ASM.js proved out the idea. Right? That's it. ASM.js is useless nowadays because we have WASM. But without ASM.js, WASM wouldn't exist, because ASM.js was the proof of concept. Yes, you should not be using ASM.js today. There's a reason for that. It was a proof of concept. Yeah, exactly, right? It makes the browser an operating system rather than just an application, which is kind of cool. So yeah, really cool future we're in. And the fact that Gary Bernhardt predicted it 10 years ago is amazing. Yeah, no worries, man. Walk them dogs! Unless you're already out there and you're just letting them run around in the park while you're chatting with us. Yeah, walk those dogs. Yep. Yeah, no worries. We can chat about this anytime. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, Gridgely, I just want to say real quick, the reason he talks about ASM.js in this video is because it was done in 2014. Right? It's easy to look at something 10 years old and say, obviously, that's a terrible idea. You shouldn't use ASM.js. Like, duh. Sorry, Nameless. It's extremely annoying to have to deal with those questions so much. I have a working section from here over. So there to there is the 20 tabs I care about, and I can identify what I want from the favicon. But we get that too much. It's extremely boring to have to say it every single day. Oh yeah. But yeah. That's a good idea. Having that would be worthwhile. That's a good point. That's a great bit of feedback. I appreciate that. You're right. I should be adding that. Gridgely, that's fine, but it misses the point, right? You can write compiler-friendly code, but it still doesn't give you the full power of everything you care about, right? If you want to write code in Rust, dealing with the overhead of annotating your number types and all that stuff is overhead, right? So what you're doing is like the people who are like, oh, C is too high level, I just write assembly by hand. You continue doing that if you want. Meanwhile, I'm going to be productive. That's what we're getting at, Gridgely. Yes, my dad is one of those jerks. C is too high level, just write the assembly by hand. No. That's why we have nicer languages. That's why we have smart compilers. If you think the V8 compiler is smarter and more knowledgeable than some of the other compilers, I don't know, man. Because it's only just-in-time compiled, it's not pre-compiled. Pre-compiling is important for some things. I think a big problem here, though, Gridgely, is you're making these statements a good 4 or 5 minutes after I make my point. That lag time is untenable. It's not a good conversation. So I'm preferring not to keep getting derailed by your just write assembly by hand type approach. Nobody wants to do that. The fact that you do, cool, but I don't want to work with you if you do. I don't want to be on any team you're involved with if you do. Yeah, right? If you want to truly make an apple pie from scratch, first invent the universe. No thank you. I'll just start with a seed. It does, Mr. Elfman. That's what we're talking about. I disagree, Gridgely. I completely disagree. If you want to write something performant that does a lot of like number manipulation, I would much rather write Rust code that I can read rather than assembly.js style code that I can't read. Yes, I know you can annotate your numbers in all sorts of cool magical ways. I don't want to work with that at all. I don't want to touch that. I don't want to have to read it. We spend more time reading code than writing code. I want code I can actually read. Right? By doing any of that number stuff you're doing there, Gridgely, it's basically write once code. So it's code that only you are capable of debugging, of optimizing, of reading properly. That's a terrible, terrible idea. Elegant code is the root of all evil. If you have written code as cleverly as possible, you have written code that you are not capable of debugging. Let alone other people that aren't at your level. If you write code in a vacuum, do whatever the hell you want. No one cares. Write assembly by hand. I don't give a shit. But I don't want to work with someone who's writing ASM.js style code by hand for a web application. That's a terrible idea. Yeah. Right? Ooh, so Mr. Elfman, no, not quite. Right, so Mr. Elfman, Clojure compiler still cannot make assumptions about the type of numbers you want to deal with. What Gridgely was pointing out is that with certain annotations, you hint to the compiler that something should be an integer versus a float, and things like that, right? Clojure compiler can't make those assumptions for you. Unless you throw parse int all over the place, which is basically the same as annotating it with the type hints that ASM.js does. Right? So there's definitely some edge case there. Clojure compiler can't do what Gridgely is doing by hand. But I don't want to deal with any code base that has that stuff done by hand. That sounds terrible. Right? Ugh. I'd say it's tricky. I'd really need to see some good use cases of when it absolutely knows that something is an integer versus a float. An unsigned integer versus an assigned integer. Any of those things. Because if it's not really good at doing that, it's going to create either flawed code or slower code than it should. Right? So at that point, either one of those things means that you're getting worse code out of it, when you could have just written the code in Rust or C++. Or Go, or whatever, right? I don't think it can make great assumptions about how you're doing it yet. I understand that, Mr. Elfman, but V8 also cannot make that assumption every single time. That's why you need the type annotations. And I'm not talking about TypeScript type annotations. I'm talking about the JavaScript type annotations that ASM.js is built using. Depends on what part you're talking about. VS Code is an Electron app, which means there's absolutely native code that gets bundled and compiled. Right? The heaviest lifting of VS Code is actually like native code, like C++ code. Probably C#, but I don't know. Right? The heaviest lifting of VS Code is farming out to stuff not written in JavaScript. Right? Language servers, etc. I think so. Yeah, it doesn't say I need an update. Yeah, you're right. It's a little farther over than it should. What does that have to do with VS Code, though? I guess. So, Norta, one of the biggest things to discuss and understand there is the value you get from using real number types. It's actually amazing. right? If everything is a floating point 64, that is way more RAM than you need to consume. So being able to use a UIint8 natively in the browser via WASM is really important. Right? Just less RAM consumed for things, which is better. Because less RAM means that some of it could actually be within CPU cache, instead of going all the way out to RAM. What cases would you do that with? Basically any graphing, any visualizations, any large data manipulation. So what is a use case for that in the browser? Right now, I am running SQLite and Whisper.cpp in a browser tab with no server. It is all happening right there on the user's machine locally. That's amazing, isn't it? Without any major work compiling SQLite to WASM. It pretty much just does it. Why would it not be a good idea, Mr. Elfman? How is that a bad idea? Have you ever tried to sign a desktop application? It's a nightmare. Releasing a web app is extremely easy. Have you ever tried to actually deploy and release a desktop application? Have you? It sucks. So again, you might ask, is it a good idea? I'm doing it, and it's fine. It means I don't have a server, I have no overhead, so my ability to launch and run any application I want based off of an idea without needing any type of money to bootstrap this thing is amazing. Yes, that is a good idea. Why do you think it's a bad idea? What argument do you have against that? What type of SQL do you have available in the browser? None, without SQLite. Yeah, web SQL is dead. IndexedDB sucks and it's not SQL. Right? So yes, having full-on query capabilities in the browser is actually magical. And it means that it's easier to sync to some other database as well. So if you want to have local-first applications that synchronize their mutations to a server, if you're using the same exact engine for both, that becomes actually really simple. I'm not doing it right now, but there are things that do. I'm not doing it that way, Mr. Elfman. There are definitely security implications as well, but just think about it. If all you have is a local SQLite browser in your tab, right, or SQLite app or instance in your tab, and you want to mutate, sure, all you got to do is then analyze the permissions and data access patterns on the server when you want to merge that state. That sounds awesome. I'm not saying it should have full power, and like how you do the permissions and data access and some of that is tricky. But at the same time, getting full SQL power of querying in your browser is amazing. If web SQL had taken off, we'd just use that, and that's fine, but it didn't. And here we are. I think it's better that web SQL didn't take off because it allows us to really evaluate the power of WASM. Web SQL taking off would have maybe slowed down that adoption. But yeah, so Gridgely, the way it works is this right here is using WASM to run SQLite and Whisper.cpp, all locally in a browser tab. So your just write ASM.js style annotations by hand is meaningless because I just want to use SQLite. Let's look at it. Inspect, network, disable cache. You're looking at 2.2 megs transferred, not including the models. This is the full release build, yes. So 2.2 megs for an application. That's pretty reasonable. Yeah, exactly. That is pretty reasonable. And that's SQLite and Whisper.cpp, not including the model that you'd have to download. And that's why we prompt the user and let them know the size of the model they're going to have to download. WASM needs to be in a web worker because you don't want that chewing up your main thread, bare minimum. Right? You don't want to chew up the UI thread. Exactly. Yeah, that's typically the main way that people use WASM. I don't know if there's even a way to do WASM on the main thread. I think you have to load it into a web worker, but I'm not positive of that. The main gist is that you have your UI thread and your WASM thread, or your WASM worker, and you need shared array buffers to share data between them, which means you have to do a bunch of the header stuff. Games are using WASM on the main thread? Okay. Makes sense. I'm not sure about that. I don't see how games would actually get access to, right? How would WASM get access to click events, etc.? And you definitely don't want to occupy the main thread with a heavy computation for a game, right? Because your main thread being occupied means a click won't get passed through properly. Yes, I get that, Mr. Elfman. If WASM is on the main thread, then you're only going to get one click event, and then you have to process the single-threaded nature of the WASM that's chewing up the entire thing, right? So WASM would be occupying the event loop. Until that WASM functionality finishes running, you can't handle another click event. That would be a nightmare. That'd be a terrible user interface. So instead, Mr. Elfman, what you're getting at is most games you're talking about are still using a web worker for the WASM part of things. And the UI and handling click events and typing and keyboard events and all that stuff, you want that to be uninterruptible, right? Even operating systems work that way. That's why your hardware interrupts for typing, etc., are in normal games should be fine. And again, if your render event is synchronous via WASM, you're chewing up the entire thread during that render event, and if it takes longer than the time between a user's click, you're dropping clicks. Right? You're dropping keyboard events. They're not getting queued. Instead, you want your UI thread fully accepting things. In the same way the operating system needs to not occupy your keyboard's events as well. So even with a video game natively built, running on one single thread, your operating system is still handling the hardware inputs on a separate thread, right? And you'll never want to actually block those in any way. That's a bad user experience. So I'm curious, Mr. Elfman. I'd love to see an example of what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure you're just misunderstanding. Yes, Mr. Elfman, that's what I'm getting at, though. Even in a video game, your operating system does not allow the game to block input. The game can stop accepting input, but the operating system itself needs to actually continue handling those inputs from hardware. Yeah, I get that yum shot, but like for a game, anytime that WASM is running, it's blocking the thread, which means you're no longer accepting any inputs. That's a huge problem, a huge issue, and I would not recommend any blocking of the main thread via the web. It's the whole reason it's a really bad idea to use, write sync or read sync in a Node application, because you're pausing the entire thread and nothing gets processed while that sync operation is happening. If that's happening for too long, you're actually dropping events. That's what I'm saying, Mr. Elfman. The OS has to be able to keep adding those to the queue, though. If you're occupying the main thread of your browser, that does not get passed to that queue, because your JavaScript is the thing actually handling those events. If the thread is occupied, those events don't get handled. Right? Which is why it's a really bad idea. Mr. Elfman, yes, that is what I'm talking about. In your browser, you don't get that. No, JS Runtime does not do that. Try this. Really, try this. Type into a field using a throttle, right? Type into an input field using a throttle. Keep typing, but when the throttle hits like the, let's say 3 seconds, throw an alert, and then keep typing. And then click the alert, and see if any of your typing actually made it through to that element. It won't, because the thread has been occupied. Right? That's the point that I'm trying to make, Mr. Elfman. So the JS runtime can only do that if you're treating the main thread as the operating system, handling the hardware events. Anytime you occupy that thread with a synchronous action, you are no longer able to handle any events. They're dropped. They're not queued. They're dropped. They're gone forever. So while you could do it, it's a terrible idea. In the same way that most operating systems will never let you actually block hardware events. No, nameless, wrong. Just wrong. All right? It is always an issue because you're probably not benchmarking on the right hardware. There's going to be someone that tries to run it on a potato and it doesn't work. Dropping any input events is a massive violation of the user contract of the operating system at that point, right? And if you're treating the browser as an operating system, you're still violating the same laws. All right, the same contract. This is a good discussion, though, right? Because I think there are misconceptions about WASM and how it works and how to do it and where it fits within, general use cases. But I do need to use the restroom, so give me just a second. BRB. So that's fine, Mr. Elfman. The key thing is inputs need to not be dropped, right? Like, no matter what, you can't drop inputs. That's like a part of like the user contract for a properly made application. You cannot drop inputs. You can pause them, you can delay them getting there, but, you know, like you said, the operating system will queue them and you get them. If you drop them, you're gonna have really unhappy users, and this is something we figured out 40 years ago. Mr. Elfman, it doesn't matter. And you saying it won't miss inputs is incorrect, right? Incorrect. There are people that type faster, not type faster, but often have inputs that fire faster than that. You are talking about designing a really bad game at that point. You do not want to drop inputs. In the same way, you're basically talking about developing a really bad operating system. No OS will allow you to do that. No kernel will actually allow the main thread to block hardware inputs. I'm not so sure. I'm not sure I understand what that means, Nameless. No. Yeah, there you go. Okay, sure. Right. Actions per minute, whatever. Sure, exactly, Yumshot. I think that's the better way of framing that. Instead, the better way of thinking about it is just simply think about how the operating system works. If you were to start typing something, right? Right? If I were to not have any of those keys show up while that main thread was killing whatever was happening, that would be an extremely bad operating system. No mainstream operating system would ever allow that to happen. In the browser, your UI thread is the operating system. If you are pausing that and not accepting any events for any amount of time, and you're never queuing them up, you have broken a major contract of what good user interfaces are. Doesn't matter if most of the time your game runs at 60 frames a second. The moment you get a hiccup from cleaning up garbage or anything like that, you're going to drop inputs. And dropping any inputs is a really, really, really bad thing. Shared array buffers are a big part of that. If you were having to actually serialize everything via message passing between the worker and the main thread, then yes, you wouldn't be saving anything. But shared array buffers are actually what make this work. Shared array buffers are the absolute, like, fundamental linchpin that makes this entire WASM world possible. Which is why Heartbleed and some of those other things really threw a wrench into the WASM evolution. I believe it was Heartbleed, right? Am I mistaking the vulnerability name? Heartbleed was the shared array buffer vulnerability, right? Yeah, I think it was Heartbleed as well. I could have the names mistaken, though. Whoa. Jesus. Oh, my share finally straight up just broke. Well, that's fun. Hold up. Sorry, one sec. Well, I mean, I've seen chair pistons blow out in way worse ways. So that's good, but now my chair is down here, which isn't too bad. Is it under warranty? Oh yeah, those pistons can do damage if they blow up instead of down. Yeah. I've seen some of the chaos. But okay, so let me grab, what do I do? I can grab towels as a booster seat. Give me a second. My chair just blew out. Sorry. Sucks. It blasted out some fluid. Yeah. I believe it's empty at this point. Yeah, the seal blew, for sure. That's annoying. And yeah, I don't think it's under warranty still. No, it blew down instead of up. So it just left like a little like puddle of oil, which is what I just like swooped up. I don't know. I'll end up taking it to Herman Miller, see what they want to charge me to repair it, versus maybe they just give me a credit for a new one. Or maybe they just do nothing, because I don't think I'm on warranty. I'm up way too high now. Yeah, I'm glad about it too. Yeah, that could have been a bad failure. So now I'm actually out of frame. Let me just grab one towel off of it. See how it feels. I can just raise my monitor up there. All right, that'll work. Woo! Yeah, that was gnarly. Is it an old chair? Oh yeah, this is one of my first major purchases. I bought this before I bought my car. Or maybe around the same time I bought my car. When I first got my first dev job. So it's easily like 8 years old, and it was used when I got it. Whew, yeah, that was stressful. I went to just like adjust the chair a bit. Yeah, it could have been bad. Yeah, exactly. I feel like they could probably just give me some credit. Yeah, Herman Miller's great, for sure. Yeah, it's a Herman Miller Mira. And as much as I sit in this chair, I need a new one. They have a 10-year warranty, but it's 8 years of me owning it, and it was used before then. So there's most likely a serial number where they can check the actual age. My guess is it's older than that, though. Oh, hold on. What am I doing? Lemonade time. Yeah, honestly, really good. Great value. I bought it for $500. They're typically $1,000. I got it used, you know? Ducky's Office Furniture here in Seattle. It's what you do. Oh, and maybe I never use the VS Code terminal, so that's up to you. Yeah, exactly, Yumshot. It's a bit deep. I mean, for $500, it could be worth it. Right? If you're already heading into Seattle for some reason, it's definitely worth it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to figure it out. You're in Bonnie Lake? Okay, or near it. Have I used Zed? I have not used Zed yet. Seems cool. I know it's got all the hype. It's cool it's got open sourced. Ah, this feels weird, sitting in the chair like this. Let's lower this down a little, I think. Maybe nameless. Actually, the chairs help fix your sitting posture. They really do. Oh, so crossing your legs is not that big a deal, right? The biggest thing is making sure your butt is to the back corner. The biggest thing is making sure your butt and your back are actually, like, flush. And they will help your sitting posture. I typically, like, you know, like, sit with my other leg up like that, and it works great. Like, it's still fine. I don't mind that at all. I'm sitting that way right now, actually. Ooh, maybe nameless, but you, like, get a proper chair. Gaming chairs are awful. Therapy balls are good, too, for sure. I have one. It's not pumped up or big enough, however. I would not recommend it there, Articilius, sorry. One of the most common threads I've seen at meetups are, like, people who are, like, let me put it this way. There's definitely the juniors that are getting into the industry. That's the most common. But a more common thing I see are people in QA that just want to be developers. And every single time they apply to a developer role, HR sees that they got QA experience and automatically, well, yep, we went a different direction for the developer role, but we do have a QA role available. Right? Escaping QA is actually incredibly hard to do. Only way I've ever seen that work, ever, is if you get into dev at a company that you were already QA at. So if you were to transition from QA to development within a company, then you're good. But you're going to be dropping all of the QA experience off of your resume. Right? When you apply to a new company after that. So that's the number one way. If you're at a manual QA engineer position and you're interviewing for that, I would absolutely ask them, what is the path out of QA? And if they don't have one, it's not a job you want. Sometimes nameless. Yeah. In those cases, you may end up getting the dev role, but they'll still end up making you like the tester. That's actually pretty common as well. But your job title would be dev, and that's like the most important part. Again, Articilius, if you want to stay in QA, go for it then. Not a big deal. If you ever want to escape QA, don't even start. I have no idea all this. I don't know what data analyst is. The salary ceiling is much lower, Articilius. Like, much lower. Go look at Glassdoor or PayScale or any of those sites and see what your maximum salary possible is in any of those roles. Right? Actually check the ceiling. Not the common, but the ceiling. Because once you hit that ceiling, you're going to feel stuck. And that's a major source of burnout. Feeling stuck in any way is a major source of burnout. Gridgely. No, I don't think so, Gridgely. So, hold on. Someone was saying, full, like, for a spa, right? What you're talking about there, Gridgely, is u.rs. You can write Rust, compile it to WASM, and run it as your single-page application framework. One thing I've done with that is called Cellul Life. So look at this. I am rendering to a canvas at easily 60 frames a second. I think on faster machines that are more capable, you can easily hit 120, 140. No problem. Right? And it's just Conway's Game of Life. Right? We're interpolating and rendering. My tick rate is at 2.1 frames per second. If I crank it to 60 frames a second, there we go. Right? Boom. Yeah, we can see this thing ticking along. We see no real major, like, rendering hiccups, right? But in a second, we're going to see why I think WASM is actually more compelling. Bam! We just realized after 805 steps that we hit a render loop. Technically, the loop may have started at, like, maybe 50 to 60 steps, right? Or ticks of the game. What that means is we're maintaining all 805 steps of the game we've done so far in RAM and checking cell by cell until we have a diff, right? And if we get a different cell in any case, we bail out. right? Compared to every single step. So every single frame of this entire thing, every step of the game, we are checking all previous steps for an exact duplicate of the current step, which means in the worst case, we're iterating the entire grid, which is 40 by 50, so 2,000 cells. We're doing 2,000 cells of 800 steps, right? Bailing out early when we find a diff, because, you know, early bailout is a good idea. But we didn't get a single hiccup in rendering time. That's amazing, right? It actually goes all the way up to, I think, 1,600 as far as, like, steps that we keep in active RAM that we're checking our buffer against and all that stuff. It's amazing, right? Do you think you'd be able to do that with JavaScript in a performant way in code that you'd be willing to read? Probably not, because you don't get real number types. Your Boolean would probably occupy more RAM than you want, right? Each step and the grid for it would occupy a lot of RAM. Our RAM never goes above like 20 megs. It's crazy, right? All of this is happening via WASM, compiled from Rust. Some of it is DOM, right? This is a DOM. This is actual text you can select and all that stuff, right? So we get pure like HTML and the power of that, but we get a canvas that we can render to at 60 frames plus per second. And this is on my ancient Mac Mini. If my Mac Mini without a GPU or any of that stuff is capable of something like this, that's amazing. So this is the biggest thing, right? I am naively checking all this stuff. I'm not even generating a hash of each step. If we generated hashes and then waited for a hash collision instead of like, you know, string equality, and then from there checked every cell, because there will be collisions that are actually false, false positives, then it means that we could probably even bump up our buffer to like 4, maybe 5,000 frames. That's crazy. It got to a point where I didn't need to optimize it further. We could have done way more by hashing each step instead of maintaining or like checking each step cell by cell. We just check for the hash equality and then cell by cell check the equal hashes. That would speed things up massively. No, you're missing it, Gridgely. This canvas needs to be rendered at 60 frames per second because we're animating. And this is a canvas, so every like ebb and flow of these things is actually the Rust calculating that. That is actual Rust code rendering out these circles, not CSS animations, not CSS transitions. That is Rust having to calculate the size of every single cell in its ebb and flow, right? All of this stuff happening, not just on a state change, but on a rendering change. Right? Like really cool. Articilius, are you talking about like for when you're like streaming on Twitch? Sorry, Ben, we get that comment so often. It's really low effort. I'd be happy to hear basically any other comments you have. Comments about the tabs are BS. They're so lazy, so boring. I know, it's the first thing you noticed, but come on, man. There's better things to chat about. When someone is extremely tall, do you think telling them they're tall is the right move? As like breaking the ice? It isn't. They're gonna, they're gonna dislike you because of it. right? They're not going to hate you immediately, but yeah, it's a heuristic of whether I'll get along with this person if their first comment is about how tall or how short I am. Sakozy Schmozy, software engineer is not a protected term. Technically, anything you're doing with software is basically engineering. No. There's definitely overhead, Ridgely, right? So something compiled to WASM versus the native code is going to have an extra overhead that slows it down, right? That's like inherent. No matter what, there's a translation step, there's message passing, there's the share array buffers, there's all that stuff. It's not going to run as fast as native code, but it's going to run faster than the general JavaScript you would write. Right? I'm not saying it's going to run faster than your finely tuned ASM.js-like annotations, but it is going to run faster than JavaScript code that I'm willing to read and modify. Yeah, I don't know, Articilius. Not sure. I know way less about that stuff. I don't know. Yeah, if it works, it works. Don't let someone tell you whether it does or doesn't. Just use your instinct. All right, just making sure. Don't want to ignore the YouTube. Yeah, how's everyone on YouTube doing, by the way? I do really enjoy these conversations we've had. Yeah, I think it's great. Oh, there you go, Aldous. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thanks, ChatGPT. Specifically, yes, Articilius. Let me put it this way. As a software developer, you end up implementing automated QA in a lot of cases anyway. If you really want to focus on like QA automation and automation in general, I would actually look at DevOps. I would actually try and understand DevOps instead. DevOps will deal with way more, such as infrastructure and some of that stuff, but you will also be responsible for automation in pretty much every way. If you're the only DevOps person on a team, you are probably the one person responsible for implementing all automation in your pipelines. No, not at all. No, the path to DevOps is not QA. The path to DevOps is actually back-end software engineering. There you go. Cream Pain is the DevOps automation person on their team, right? But you're not a QA, right? But you are probably still setting up all of the automation, right? So that's a very big thing. That's a very important distinction. And no matter what, Articilius, I just want to point out, yes, QA has a software salary ceiling that you will eventually hit if you stay long enough in QA. And that is actually a huge problem for your mental health. If you ever feel like you're stuck in your role, you're going to hate it. You will grow to hate it. Yes, a lot of DevOps people end up being on call. An important thing to recognize is that often Companies that want to operate like Google will make software engineers be on call too. So it's not like you can avoid on call, right? That's more of an organizational issue. You can't avoid on call at some organizations, no matter what your title. Exactly. Yeah. Any company that has ever worked at Microsoft or Google on a major customer-facing team will think that every single person on the team needs to be on call. No. Right? If your team is small enough, you actually only need an on-call support engineer. That's it. That's it. On-call DevOps, maybe, but if you've built out your infrastructure using serverless, you don't need on-call DevOps. You just need on-call support engineers. That's it. On-call at the most recent company I worked at, not the most recent company I worked at, but the most recent company that did on-call, was just solving for the fact that they didn't want to hire a support engineer to actually be the first line of defense when an issue comes in from either product or customers. Every 6 weeks, basically, I would have to spend an entire week as basically first level support. That is a really quick way to burn out all your developers, making them act as support. You are going to burn out every single dev you have if you force everybody to go through a rotation of that. When instead, you could just hire someone as a first level support engineer for like $60K a year. It's super cheap. It is one of the cheapest things you could do. Because they had someone from Microsoft who had operated on a team where everybody was on call, and they thought that's the way that, managers had to like do that stuff. They were a really bad manager. They didn't last long. Basically, like a month after I left the company and they drummed me out, them as a manager got drummed out too. Because they were burning through all of our engineers with their really bad policies. 3 people left. One of them actually came back. Me, another senior, and another senior all left. And only one of them came back after the bad manager left. Yeah, proper L1 support is essential to not burn out your best talent. He didn't realize that he was burning out his talent because he had seen other people do it at Microsoft, so it had to work, right? No, this isn't Microsoft, dude. This is a fucking life insurance company. Like, come on, man. Yeah, devs, right? That's like, it's in Office Space, a movie that's 30 years old at this point. So what is it you do here? Well, I take the spec from the client and bring it to the developers. Well, why? Why can't the developers just take it from the client? Because developers aren't people. It's that simple. It's that easy, right? Duh. I'm a people person. What is wrong with you people? Right? Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, nameless, right? Being L1 client support. I'm not saying like working with clients is inherently bad. I'm saying if it's not what you signed up for and you get pushed into it because of a bad manager, then you got a problem. Yeah, no worries, Articilius. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Gridgley as well. Thank you for the follows. I hope we gave you some insights there, Articilius. I would really focus on DevOps if you want to work in automation. If you want to work on automating, testing, and deployment and a bunch of those things, yeah, you are actually looking for DevOps, not QA. So that's the biggest takeaway. I hope you got something from it. Have a great rest of your day. See you soon. Yeah, exactly, Cream Pain. Right? Well, if it worked so well there, why are you here? You know? Like, yeah. So yeah, thank you, Dalen. Mr. Sir, Akavenge, I appreciate that. Thank you for shouting out from the YouTube. And yeah, I know we got like fairly randomized. I wanted to make sure we chatted and discussed and, you know, really got into the things y'all cared about from the raid that we had just recently. I do kind of want to make sure we get some more stuff done performance-wise for what we're doing. My chair blowing out was chaotic. Cloud Practitioner Certificate. Yes. Nameless, that is a great idea. Articilius, if you're still out there, work on your Cloud Practitioner Certificate. That is a big part of getting a DevOps role at this point, in my opinion. At least understanding AWS at a higher level. God, man, the chair is really bumming me out right now, though. This might be what I do tomorrow. Oh, I didn't realize Herman Miller got bought out. Do they have hours? They are open on Sundays. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this might end up being what I do tomorrow in addition to mailing out a MacBook for my brother. I was not planning on using my Sunday for that, but having Sunday as a day off of stream is worthwhile. Wait, what's up, Owen? Who's doing what? What do you mean? Oh, I don't typically watch that much football. Oh, yeah. He's actually made something that's interesting. I don't know if it's running right now, but yeah. He is getting into dev using AI, which is really cool. I am encouraging him to get into 100 devs and stick with it. At some point, I might even be able to farm out like support roles and stuff to him for Vexilla, etc. If I can train him up on how to use it and how to work with it. He's 3 years younger than me. 3.5, technically. So he's not young by any measure. But he's younger than I. So 100 devs. Right, there's the agency part, there's the Learn to Code Academy, and yes, it's a boot camp, but it's a free boot camp, right? They don't charge any money. The guy that runs it, Leon, is awesome. He's such a good dude. I mean, we'll see X Factor, like, I don't know. I've definitely helped him out. I don't want to dig into, like, how that doxes some of his things, but I've helped out my brother more than any other sibling so far. And I'll claim that credit for sure. I have helped out my brother more than any other half-sibling or sibling I got. In as many ways as possible. Again, I don't want to dig into it. We can chat about it on Gaming Stream if you want. But yeah. Anyone who's been a fan of this stream long enough might even remember when I dealt with some of that. I was more open about it then. I'm trying to, like, you know, guard his privacy. There was a major set of incidents that I'm really happy to have my brother back. It's awesome. That's all I'm going to say, though. So, sorry, I probably already said too much. Owen, you're not wrong. Yes, because it's free, people lose motivation. You want to know the kicker? Even for things people spend money on, people lose motivation. Look at college graduation rates versus, like, sign-up rates. Most major colleges only graduate something like 30 to 40% of their attendees. Look at gym memberships. That's another one. Yeah. Right? People lose motivation in general. It's not the boot camp's fault. A prime example I have a certificate for iOS development from the University of Washington. It cost about $750 per semester to do it. Right? In the first semester, this is 2011, in the first semester, 2 entire classrooms were filled up in row-style seating and standing room only, meaning there was easily like 60 to 70 plus people in these rooms watching the first lectures and going through it, etc. By the second class, it was still the 2 rooms, but the desks and seating were not filled up and maybe like halfway filled, which means anywhere between like maybe like 40 to 50 people-ish. By the third semester, we were in 1 room, only occupying 2 rows of 4 plus rows in the classroom. And the teacher had to say, hey, if you're in the back row, come on, move on up. People lose motivation even for paid things. It just happens, right? The people that paid money for it may have had a little more incentive to get going through it, but if we look at it, the sign-up versus success ratio actually models pretty accurately to college and university sign-up versus success ratios as well. Like, pretty well. The fact that a certificate program has the same success percentage as a university degree is kind of insane. And really does point out that your ability to see something through is your number one indicator for success. Yeah, no offense, Nameless. I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it, but your ability to persist is more important than your natural ability at doing something well. Right? Your ability to keep doing something that you feel like you're not making progress towards because it's hard to recognize progress in the moment is actually your number one indicator for success. Same thing with snowboarding. Only reason I ever got good at snowboarding, I did it every day. I did it every day. There were people better than me. There were people worse than me too. But would I ever catch up to the people with more talent and the same amount of drive, or just a little bit less? Nah, I never would. But did that mean I didn't enjoy snowboarding anymore? Hell no. Hell no. Because you need to enjoy the process more than the outcome. If you're only looking at it for the outcome and not the process, you'll never be successful with anything. You need to appreciate the process of things that you truly enjoy. So yeah, 1 second, Aldous, let me read your comment. Nothing in this world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. The slogan, "Press on," has solved and always will solve the problems of the human race. Right? Calvin Coolidge. Yeah, I like that quote. I agree partially with it. I will point out that genius, talent, right, education, they all help. But without drive, persistence, without those things, you'll never finish anything. And it's important. It is massively important to care about what you're doing, not just the result of what you're doing. Painters that stick with painting enjoy the process of painting more than the finished result of a good painting. Right? The act of simply writing a new song is more important than having a finished song. Message! Yeah, exactly, X Factor. It was a bit. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, Aldous. I agree completely. Oren... Warren, why do you gotta be such a jerk about it, man? Why do you have to be so insufferable? No, man, you suck, right? You take a good feel-good moment and you make it about your just terrible botting, right? Just being the worst, absolute worst viewer on Twitch. You're terrible, dude. You fucking suck, man. And I really hope you grow a conscience at some point. But you're not going to do it here. You're probably never going to do it. But, Oren, you just suck as a human being, man. You'd be better off just being a human being. Your bots are worthless. Completely worthless. Just be a human being. Do that first. And then work on your bots. Work on you first. Then work on your bots. Look at it this way. Will you ever be able to make a realistically human bot if you don't understand what human means? I don't think so. Try being a better human first. I'm willing to bet we've banned all your bots already, and you're actually deluding yourself about the success of your bots. I believe you are actually deluding yourself on the success of your bots. They've been banned already, haven't they? No, Oren is a human being that makes bots. He sometimes chats using one of his bot accounts. For the most part, Oren uses his Oren Live with a number as him, and he keeps getting banned. And he uses, like, other named accounts for other things. Right? Yeah, I don't know, Dan. That's a tricky one. What time is it? 5:30? Let's see what Robotic and Acorn have said. Robotic, did you get my message? I tried to tag both you and Acorn in it. Yeah, check Discord real quick. Yeah, for sure. Basically, I didn't get a chance to play any BG3 this week, which means my main group is still at the point where I don't want our group to progress beyond that. And I apologize for that, but you've already progressed way past it. I assume Acorn is already probably past that as well on her solo playthrough. I want to leave the initial, like, story stuff, my first time experiencing it, with my main group, right? So I want that to be our main group. So I apologize. I don't want to progress beyond what they've done. We've all, like, in our gameplay, we've already uncovered things that we didn't catch in our main thing that I had to go back and, like, chat with the team about and, like, make sure we got some of that content. So, again, I don't want spoilers. I want to experience it fresh with, like, you know, the core group. I hope that's not a problem. I apologize that you're not part of the core group. It's just simply, like, me, Worm, James, and it used to be Code Spent, played through Divinity Original Sin together the entire campaign. And BG3 is basically a continuation of that. And yeah, I want to make sure that they get first dibs on experiencing that together. Right? And I miss a day a week. I miss 1 week per month simply due to, like, Seattle JS, because Seattle JS does Wednesdays. Fuck. Which is a bummer. I wish they just did Tuesdays or Thursdays. I'd be fine. But Wednesday actually ends up being the best day for that group to meet for, like, you know, Worm and James. So, yeah. It's a slower going group. So instead, if you guys want to do, like, Ghostbusters or Lethal Company or any of that, I'm totally down, and I'll gift it to either one of you, right? Or both. If either one of you doesn't have either game we decide to play, I will gift it. Absolutely. I will eat that one. I will absolutely eat the cost of forcing us to, like, take a break from BG3. That's my fault. Yeah, I've heard Lethal Company is really good. I've never played it, never even looked at it. If we ended up playing Lethal Company or Ghostbusters, I bet Algo Bro would be into it. So let me send him a message too. New Cycle. I have not seen that. All right, so there we go. It's shit, but good. Yeah. I expect it's like really buggy and like super indie, but I'm into that. I have not played the new Tekken. I'd happily play that, especially with like a crew. I'd happily play that with a group. Oh, it's not buggy, it's just chaotic, I guess. Ooh, I get that, Nameless. Yeah, having a group to play with is actually pretty essential. I mean, Dalen, Akavenge, whatever you want to do your name as. Sorry, it was 15 minutes before I saw your comment. My bad. Honestly, dude, I don't care, right? You are you. Just use whatever name you want. Which one would you prefer I say? If you want me to refer to you as Akavenge on YouTube as well, I can do that. I see the name and I say what I read, you know? But I can absolutely put in the effort to call you Akavenge on YouTube as well. That's up to you. Man, I'm so bummed my chair finally like fully blew out. Anyone remember seeing this clip? Boom! And the foot just up in the air. Yeah, that shit happened. Like, that literally happened. No, I am bummed out by my chair because it means I gotta do something about it. That sucks. That actually really sucks. But yeah, like, that clip is really good. Were we playing Overwatch? I don't even remember what game we were playing, but yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, Akavenge, I would say Dalen is a really good name. Just having that as your handle would be really good if it's available. I really like that name. You got a really cool name, man. Lethal Company? Yeah, for sure. Honestly, we could probably bring in more people even over on Gaming Stream. For sure. No, Akavenge. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's a really cool name, man. What is the origin of that? Is that Italian? Like, I'm guessing based on your last name, that's also an Italian last name, right? Yeah, where does Dalen come from? I'm really curious about that. And maybe I'm wrong on the Italian last name. But yeah, anyone have any further questions WASM-wise, right? Anything based on like the WASM stuff we were chatting about? I just want to make sure we're wrapping up what we were talking about, that I think we already reached the conclusion of those comments. I really appreciate Gridgley and some other people for like the conversation about it, etc. I just want to make sure we actually, you know, solved it out. Right? Did we get past what you were really thinking about? So, yeah, anyone that was here for, like, specifically here for the WASM conversation, I want to make sure that I wasn't leaving you hanging. Any other, like, lingering questions you might have about it? Yeah, for sure. I think relating the browser tab to an actual operating system and how like separating those hardware events, that was a thing that I've never really like made that connection in my head before. It's actually really good. So I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. Yeah, a deeper conversation about the OS/user contract? Absolutely. Yeah. Because, again, I'm not an operating system level software developer. I have never written a tool that I expect to run that performantly besides like a standard CLI, like, you know, Go tool or something. I don't write stuff that needs to worry about kernel level abstractions for the most part. Is what it is, you know? I think that's a rare edge case. There are people that do, and their opinion is actually important. Oh yeah, Aldous. A lot of browsers actually expose whether the tab is active at this point. That's actually like really useful, for sure. Now, granted, it's mostly used for ads, but I think there's other cases for it as well. Right, just respecting a user's like performance overhead, you know, like what they have, like headroom. Sorry, the performance headroom they have for doing things, right? Oh, really, Nameless? So is that chess.com or is that Anarchy Chess? Like, which chess platform actually, like, absolutely uses that? I'd be really curious to think about that. Lichess? Ah, that's right. Yeah, I forget about them. Hold on. How do I add someone to a DM group? Boom. There we go. Oh. Oh, God damn it. All right, so might play some Lethal Company tonight if Al goes in, if Acorn is in too. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what game we play tonight, because Saturday night is gaming night. So, like, I want to set that up. I just want to check, you know. Let's get back to what we're doing. Yeah. Worker process management. Ooh, yeah. Honestly, I am less aware of all that stuff, right? Even, like, my speaking to... like the UI thread stuff and the OS like stuff and like input events and hardware events and all that. I'm a bit out of my element. I still feel like I held my own in describing the problem though, right? But people who do actual like Linux level development would probably understand it a little better than I. Cool. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Hold on. I gotta do a tweet and maybe Herman Miller will respond in a cool way. That's actually a really good idea. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, don't feel obligated. Yeah, like, honestly, like, no big deal. Aldous, anyone. Yeah, no stress. Again, no obligation. Duh. Sorry, I had to make that tweet. There you go. There's the link for you. And yeah, thank y'all for the likes. I appreciate that. Oh my god, I almost poured more whiskey into my whiskey. That would have been a problem. That would have been worse than the misleading UX ceiling comment. Double whiskey. Oh my god. Yeah. Stream would have been over at that point. Stream would have been definitely over. Hey, what's your mixer with that whiskey? More whiskey. Yeah. Oh, four-wheel gear. Don't you dare jinx me like that. That's a thing I've totally done before. I have multiple keyboards that need to soak in distilled water for a bit, because of how I handled a spilled beverage. Yeah. My favorite keyboard, my favorite split keyboard, needs to soak in some distilled water for a bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mix your Jack Daniels with some Knob Creek. Yeah. There you go. Right? That's a mixer. What's up, iSense? Are you one of Oren's bots? It's getting hard to tell these days. His bots are getting better. I just wish he was better as a human being. I sense. No, we didn't get any notification of any bits or a subscription. It might not have gone through. Where did you send it? Oh! Oh, you gave it to Care? Wait, do I still have a link for the Care stuff? I actually still have that Care thing showing? Oh, cool, man. I bet Care is pumped on that. Oh, wait, under stream, like in my description or something? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have any events for that. That's on me. I'm sorry. Yeah, the soft giving alerts. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, you didn't send me money. You sent people that needed it money, and that's even cooler. Dude. No, that's fine, iCents. Yeah. No, so keep in mind, you could either do it here on Twitch, you can do a gift via GitHub as a GitHub sponsorship. GitHub sponsorship is actually the thing I should be pushing. I make way more money from GitHub than any other platform. GitHub gives 100% of the value. But yeah, so iCents, the thing you gifted towards for, like the other thing, right? Like, for, God, what was it? God, I'm forgetting their name now even. Care, yeah. So if you donated to Care, that's actually, like, I see none of that money. You didn't donate to me. You donated to people that had major problems in that Turkey earthquake, etc. So honestly, that's the better thing you could donate towards anyway. That was really cool of you. Thank you for the sub, or whoever gifted that sub to iCents. Thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, iCents, that was actually probably more useful than gifting me money. If you want to support me specifically, GitHub Actions is probably, or not GitHub Actions, GitHub sponsorship is actually like the #1 way to do it, because any streamer gets 100%. All right, anyway, sorry. No, I get it. So again, iCents, the donation to Care doesn't help me. It helps the people that were actually affected by that Turkey-Syria earthquake like a year or two ago, etc. Which I think is awesome. So I'm not even worried about that. That sounds great. Yeah. I'm happy you supported that. That's amazing. Thank you, iCents. Yeah, for sure. Like, you did more benefit to more people than just a sub to me. So, hell yeah. iCents, really good work. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. We get rated by Userin all the time, who is Turkish. He has a massive Turkish audience. He lives here in the US, but he was massively stoked and happy when we did that sponsored stream. So, yeah, man, like, yeah, Userin is stoked on that too. You made not just me happy, you made another streamer happy, and probably a bunch of people happy with just even like a $5 donation. It goes a long way. So yeah, I don't know the number. I didn't look. I'm sorry. If it was more than $5, I apologize. I've heard of Moldova. Yeah, for sure. I would struggle to point it out on a map. I believe it's somewhere there in, like, the Mediterranean. I can't remember if it's an island or if it's just, like, just on the coast. So, yeah. It's between Romania and Ukraine. Okay. Gotcha. But it's still, like, on the Mediterranean, right? Like, it's like a coastal area? Or am I wrong about that one, too? For some reason, my brain has it as being, like, part of the Mediterranean. But I could be totally wrong. Oh, it's inland? Oh, shit. Yeah, my bad. For some reason, I thought they had a port. Okay. Yeah, my bad. I apologize. All right, so yeah, no ports available, right? Any port in a storm. Hold on. It is server.host, right? Nope, that isn't it. Shit. Server.pro. Hold on. Are you lurking out there? And I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the user that owns server.pro. Yeah, exactly, nameless. That's why GitHub is amazing. GitHub gives 100% of GitHub sponsorships to the person you sponsor. That's amazing. That's really cool and kind of like the coolest thing about GitHub at this point. Right? I know, like, yeah, like hosting dev server, etc. is really cool, but holy shitballs, man. Like, holy shitballs. GitHub is really awesome. And yeah, I was talking about server.pro. That's what I meant. So yeah. I need to make a mental note and record this somewhere. Do I use a paid version of GitHub? I do not. I'm on the free tier. I actually want to, like, reach out to them. That would actually be a really good idea. What's up? I'm sorry. We get those comments way too often. So I'm not trying to entertain those. Like, if you have, like, other comments that you think are actually valuable and something we should chat about, please do so. I'd be happy to chat, for sure. But the tabs comments are so meaningless and so worthless. No offense, right? Worthless, not in an offensive way, but just, what value do you think you had making a comment like that? I think that's the big thing. Hold on, let me look at any interactions with the thing I just did. Ooh, Ben, I love your comment there. Good call as well. Yeah, calling an SPA a lower UX ceiling is extremely misleading. Like extremely misleading. Right? Of course, a person that makes a server-side framework would try and convince you as such, but they have a vested interest, you know? Yeah, Ryan Florence loves to make statements that are actually separated from reality. Because he lives in a bubble of his tech. He's one of my favorite historical React influencers. Ken Wheeler is absolutely my favorite historical React influencer. Duh, because obviously, like, he's Ken. I could go party with Ken any day of the week and we'd be fast friends every single time. There's no such thing as partying with Ryan Florence. He doesn't party. So that's probably where our disconnect is. I can't envision him as a person that would be fun to just, like, have a drink with, because he doesn't drink. Like, even then, like, not having a drink, like, he'd look down on you the entire time you're drinking. You know he would. He definitely would. If I sparked a joint, he'd also look down on me for it. That's not a good, like, premise to have a conversation with someone. Knowing that any action you do, they're potentially going to look down on you. Right? It makes having a conversation with them really hard. If I had an argument with him at the bar, and he wasn't drinking, he'd blame my drinking for my points that I'm making, rather than taking my points for what they are. And that's a tough conversation to have, right? When someone is immediately trying to dismiss you and the points you're validly making, regardless of the mental mindset you're in. That's actually a really hard thing, man. So yeah, anyone that really does choose to agree with this sentiment, feel free. Yeah, to assume that a sober mind is more capable of creative thought is just wrong. You know what actually is more capable of human, like, creative thought? a sleep-deprived mind. I'm not even kidding. Thomas Edison, as terrible of a human being as he was, came up with the ideas when he was sleep-deprived, and he wrote them down. The next morning when he woke up, he would look at the list and be like, yeah, that's a terrible idea. Cross that off, cross that off. Oh, well, that's actually genius. Good job, me. And then he would implement it. And then he would implement it. There is some massive aspect of getting rid of your inhibitions and letting your brain run wild. And allowing it to do so, you will find things that people that have those inhibitions will never see. For sure. I'm not saying everybody needs to drink and smoke weed, but holy shit, man, don't discard people because they do so. Don't disregard everything they say because of their state. That would be missing the point. Yeah, and they might ask a question where you're like, well, why can't we do this? And you're like, wait. We could. Actually, my bad. I was thinking from a senior mentality, looking at the problem at hand, instead of actually understanding it from the ground up. You're right. We could totally simplify this whole damn thing. Oh, yeah. So no, our entire, notification system is flawed. I don't know what's broken right now. My bad. I do see the bits. Thank you for those 300 bits. Thank you, iSense. I really appreciate that. Again, I'm sorry. Our notifications are off. I should have seen that. That was 3 minutes ago, and that's me being a jerk about it. So, again, judge me, not Twitch. I have my alerts set up wrong. I'm sorry for that one. That's my fault. That is 100% on me. But iSense, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, thank you for the bits. That's all I can say. Thank you. Oh, so did the notification show on screen and I just missed it? All right, that's even better. Awesome. I've had issues with Nightbot lately, so I would totally agree and assume that it just failed because Nightbot's been blowing it. No, iSense, I'm sorry. I should have seen it sooner and I messed up. That's on me. So I would say don't judge Twitch, don't judge anything. That whole bit was me. Ooh, I'm running low on the water though. It's also 6 p.m. Yeah. No. It's not even Twitch Q&A. This is all on me based on my actual, notification wiring. You're actually doing, Nightbot QA, not Twitch QA. Twitch sent those events, and I didn't react to it properly. So it's not Twitch's fault. Don't judge them for it. Now, it's not Twitch's fault. This is all on me. I'm a lazy streamer, right? Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. All right, so, no, Fossabot is absolutely what I would switch to. I'm just super lazy. Yeah, live streaming is insane. Yeah, exactly, iSense, for sure. Yep. Yeah, I will never get down on someone for how complicated this problem is. Let me use the restroom and pour some more water real quick because I do not want to sip this beverage that doesn't have enough water. But yeah, Fossabot will be the place I move to, for sure. Dude, the fact that my chair blew out today is insane to me. Oh, that is some of my savings I did not want to spend on a chair. But I have to, because I spend too much time in the chair. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, management and, like, upper management specifically, for sure, right? Like, investment is, like, their biggest problem. We may be ending soon. I definitely have, like, we still have this whole, like, performance thing to dig into. I don't think we're done yet, but oh yeah, no, dinner will happen. Yeah, dinner is gonna be like some pho, like some like microwave made pho that I throw, like, you know, just standard like pre-cooked frozen shrimp into. Oh, Aldous, yeah, as a person who had a cat that couldn't keep any food down, yeah, that's a bummer. So the memory leak in Orderly is actually most obvious on the production platform. So I'll give you the link. Keep in mind that you're gonna leak memory, so I wouldn't recommend it. right? So, as an example, let's look at it. If I were to select the tiny env, cool, right? If we look at memory, we see one Google Chrome helper at 1.87 gig. If I switch it to base.en and we click OK and it downloads that, does that increase the memory footprint of that tab? All right, so the wrong thread. Let's look at these others and increase as we go. Right, so I do that one. So the 1.87 is not it. If I kill that thread, force quit, it's not the one we're looking at, right? But as I keep switching back and forth, ooh, is it only in dev mode that we had that issue? Wait, really? Nope, there it is. So yeah, it just keeps growing. As we switch back and forth between these, we end up seeing the memory grow. And one second. Yeah, I'll respond to that here in a second. They're nameless and iSense, for sure. So as I keep changing out the model, it grows. Cool, we save. Well, what if I go into one of these and I actually start typing? We see the memory pressure grow massively. We're at 4 gigs now. That is the memory leak that we have in production. No, the problem is that we are instantiating the model and Whisper every single time we do a typing update. And it starts to occupy many gigs of RAM real quick. So the number one fix for that was making sure that a typing event does not cause us to update our model and our Whisper instance. That fixed that. But if you were to then, even in the fix that we have, if you were to go and toggle between Whisper models on a recurring basis as they get loaded, right? The amount of RAM consumed would keep growing because we're not clearing that out properly. And I believe that is a Whisper.cpp bug that I don't think we can fix. Right? It's outside the scope of what we are doing right now. So there's a couple things going on. The biggest problem is that in the currently deployed version of the app, we are updating our model based upon every single update event. Yeah, exactly, 4-wheel. We've got the major part fixed, right? As far as like when we update the model, the typing part is no longer a problem. I need to get that pushed up though. We've already solved that in the branch that we have right now. However, we've got like one other thing I want to consider about how the state gets updated between these. So realistically, what I should do no, X Factor, I would say that's not even a Windows problem. That's not even a GitHub problem. Or are you saying like GitHub itself has a memory leak issue? Which sounds kind of crazy to me. The fact that they haven't fixed that. Whisper CPP has one too. I didn't know about that. Okay. Oh, on their GitHub is what you meant. Got it. I get that. No, that's a good point. Touche. I don't think that is their problem. The thing I'm doing is my fault. We actually uncovered the memory leak being part of how I am fetching things, not necessarily how they're doing things. So I believe the memory leak I have is my problem, not their problem. Yeah, no, so we actually tracked it down to the way I am like loading the model that you select. In this function, this is actually what leaks. And it's how we are like storing and caching the model data. So there's something in here that I'm not cleaning up in the right way. That said, this is a thing that you would only ever really do like once or twice. Yeah, exactly, right? This is something you would only ever do once or twice. So that, like, we have eliminated the memory leak of the typing thing, which is massive. That's huge. I still want to implement, like, a debounce for those inputs. However, the problem here, I think, could still be solved, and that would be useful. But yeah, hold on. Without Grammarly, it's hard to sound pleasant without English being your base language. No, iSense, you've been totally fine. Like, there was nothing unpleasant about your comments at all. Like, in no way. Nah, you're good, man. Yeah, I didn't have any problem, right? Oh, hold on. Vomit session with your cat at the same time. You looked at each other. Oh, so like you were vomiting and then your cat vomited and your cat vomiting caused you to vomit again. Ooh, like a dueling vomits, right? Right? That kind of thing. That's legit. Yeah, we could throw a comment into it for sure. Absolutely. Right? There are things we could do. I think currently, though, not just related to the memory leak, we uncovered a bug. And that bug is that our main state, when we update our model and other things, we're not getting the actual model that we set on our settings. That's actually a huge problem. Oh, we can definitely fix it. And if we had not gotten into a really good conversation about WASM and some other things, we might have gotten there. But instead, I think the conversations we had today, 1000% worth it, right? I can write code anytime. Having these conversations, that requires a bunch of people being involved in talking about what WASM is and what it's capable of and why. And I wouldn't trade any of that. I can fix this bug on Monday, no problem. The conversations we had about WASM were 1000% worth it because I understood my ability to present what WASM is, you know? In a way that I would not have gained without the conversation we had. And would these people have been there for a conversation about it on Monday? Probably not. Because the major part was, I think, thanks to the raid from Userin. So, Mr. Sir, thank you. Yeah, the bug will still be here. We'll fix the bug. So about writing front ends with a lot of like wrapping divs. Divs are a base level construct. Div and span mean something, and they tell something to the browser. So you use either one when you can, but they are a primitive that is required for various UI things. And you're basically not going to avoid it unless you get really, really, really good with CSS and before-after stuff. But even then, CSS before-after stuff is something that requires someone's knowledge to be able to manipulate. Whereas like seeing a div and a span and how they stack and how they work together in a React context is actually like less learned knowledge, right? Because knowing what a div and a span do is fundamental web dev stuff. Learning how before and after work in relation to their wrapping component is extra. So I would say divs are not a problem as long as you understand that the div you're doing matters. If you don't understand why you need that div, you should probably just use a fragment in React, right? Right? Just like the no div part, but it's still like the brackets and all that. You should opt for fragments instead until you know you need a div. I think that's important. And divs are simply like a logical CSS wrapper that prevents other styling from hitting it, theoretically. Not always. But yeah, like divs are like a separation of concerns type thing. Same with spans, same with like any HTML construct. If you don't need the HTML construct for that, then you should just use a fragment in a React application. Next is absolutely a React meta framework. You're not going to use any other underlying UI framework with Next. Nope, not going to happen. Nuxt is a meta framework for Vue. The magic of Nuxt is that they're using a thing called Nitro, and Nitro is actually framework agnostic. So Nuxt simply operates based upon their interaction with Nitro. You could actually write a solid JS meta framework using Nitro, no problem. And Nitro is actually a building block for meta frameworks at that point. So if you were to see Solid Start or whatever in a vacuum, Solid Start could have been built with Nitro. Whether they're using it or not, I'm not concerned with. Solid Start probably should have used Nitro. Because Nitro is not Vue specific. Nitro is its own thing. And wiring up to what Nitro does is powerful. So Nitro is like the underlying bit of Nuxt.js. Next.js is fundamentally tied to React. You're not going to do Next.js with anything other than React unless you want to wire up a bunch of vanilla stuff. You could, let me put it this way. You could use Vue in a Next.js application, but you'd be actually like not using any of the benefit of Next.js at that point. Does that make more sense? You probably could use Vue.js in a Next application, but it's in the similar vein of like using jQuery in a Next.js application. You can do it. It's not the recommended approach, though. If you want to use any framework you want for various parts of the application and glue things together and use React here, use Vue there, use whatever, Astro is actually what you're looking for. If you were to want to build out your own meta framework around a front-end framework, I would say look into Nitro, because then you'd be good to go, right? If you want to build a lit HTML-based meta framework, Nitro is probably the building block you're looking for. If that helps, right? If you wanted to make a knockout JS meta framework, Nitro is probably the thing you're looking for. And I used Knockout, the oldest thing I could think of, as an example for how, like, Nuxt is the thing, right? No, I get it. I sense I am genuinely responding to your comments, and I hope you understand what you're trying to, like, ask, and I hope I'm giving you the answer you were looking for, right? Next is fundamentally tied to React. You will probably never separate those two. The Next.js team is basically the modern arm of the React team. Right? The public-facing arm of the React team. They are so closely tied together that you might as well not even worry about separating them. If Next didn't exist, how would the React docs look? I mean, React.dev is a thing, man, and maybe they recommend Next. I mean, I would say that's a huge problem if they are biased towards Next. That sounds like just collusion within the industry. There's absolutely no reason why React.dev should actually recommend Next.js, other than glad handing behind the scenes. They do actually make that a recommendation. I'm pretty sure they say the best place to start with React is actually Next.js. They don't say it here yet, but if we just look, next steps, honestly, so far, now, so none of this stuff is actually saying React and Next are fundamentally tied together, right? So I would say the official new Next docs are pretty good, man. They don't force you into Next. And I said Next docs. I meant React docs. So again, there is a website, there is a page for if you're trying to start a new React project. Yeah, I get that. And on that page, they probably do absolutely recommend Next.js. And that is where I think there was some glad handing behind the scenes. All right, Next.js production grade frameworks, Next.js remix, right? Just because it's first in the list doesn't mean it's actually the preferred thing. But was there some money exchanging hands or something, right? Does Guillermo Rauch summer at the same villa as people as React? I don't know, man. I have no idea. There is definitely some cross-pollination. They're not the same company, but there is so much, like, collusion that it, like, Next might as well be the, like, public-facing version of React at this point. And that level of collusion is actually kind of gross. Yeah. I don't like how closely entwined Next.js is with the React core team. There is a massive bias there that is problematic, to say the least. React itself is agnostic. However, the modern version of RSCs is actually proved out by Next.js. Next.js is the only person adopting RSCs at the core, and every single other thing is using React as a library. So there is some glad handing behind the scenes of React developers promoting Next.js right? React core team developers promoting Next.js. When I think there's actually like some fundamental bias there that really needs like evaluating. I actually think it's problematic. Yeah, I don't know where I got the term glad-handing. I'm old enough that I have phrases that I use that I don't even know where they came from. Shoehorning. I've never used a shoehorn in my life, but I know what shoehorning something into something actually means, and realistically, yeah. Next.js is shoehorning RSCs into our development environment. The reason for that is a bunch of glad-handing. Right? A greet or welcome warmly with the appearance of warmth. iSense. I am making the entire application I'm making right now without Next.js. This is a React SPA with no Next.js or Remix or whatever involved. Right? And that is exactly the root of the most recent tweet I did as a response to someone that has a vested interest in making you think you need a meta framework. All right, let's go to my page, right? Let's look at it. This most recent reply I made. Right? Ryan Florence made this tweet. You could say a React SPA and it has a lower UX ceiling. I call bullshit immediately. Fundamentally, immediately. This dude has a vested interest in making sure you adopt some kind of server-side rendered framework. The majority of applications in the world do not need server-side rendering. They don't. Websites do. Applications do not. So he's already a biased observer. His opinion is tainted. I like him. I think he's a really good dude. I think he's cool. I've been a fan of Ryan Florence for ages, from the Ember days. I've been a fan of Ryan Florence since Ember. However, I can recognize that there are some things he says that I just simply don't agree with. That's healthy. You should never be blindly following any fucking person in this entire space. Ever. Ever. Right? I like Ken Wheeler. I probably disagree with him about a bunch of stuff. Does that mean I don't want to go and hang out and have drinks with him? Hell no. Dude, Ken Wheeler's awesome. He's amazing. He's the best. But I will happily disagree with him about whatever I think is worth disagreeing on. That said, Ken Wheeler doesn't actually have that many bad takes. I'm sorry, like, he's actually a dude that makes really good takes. They're not even spicy. They're just what should be. I would happily disagree with Ken Wheeler about all sorts of stuff if he actually made bad takes in general. He doesn't. Ryan Florence makes bad takes on a regular basis. He does. He really does. Because he has a vested interest and a very narrowly scoped vision of how the web should work. His vision of how the web should work does not relate to the majority of applications developed with JavaScript. Dashboard applications don't give a shit about proper form rendering. Proper web applications don't give a shit about handling actions as a server-side form submission. Nah, man, if I'm building a dashboard, it's a button press, and I'm done. I don't need to create some server action that abstracts out some fucking form and does some other BS. It doesn't matter. It's a button press. We're expecting the user has JavaScript enabled and they didn't lose the payload. And if they did, we'll just refresh. That is the common case for dashboard applications. Ryan Florence is actually speaking towards e-commerce. And e-commerce is not a typical web application. It is not the common case for web apps. E-commerce is the edge case of web applications. Web applications in their core assume JavaScript is there. Not, like, keep in mind, I have pushed back on Guillermo Rauch making content that says, hey, look at how cool this is, and we didn't need any, like, look at how much, like, data over the wire and blah, 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 right? Like, dude, Guillermo Rauch has a vested interest in promoting the benefits of Next.js, right? In promoting the benefits of Vercel. If I'm building a static dashboard application, I don't need Vercel at all, like zero. I'm launching this thing out to AWS S3 and I'm done. I don't need Vercel. All Vercel would give me is an independent environment in which to like launch these things for QA or something, right? You can wire that up yourself. It's actually not that hard. It's actually pretty damn easy. But Vercel would have you think that it's the hardest thing in the world. Because they make their money off of people misunderstanding the complexity of things. X Factor. Remix was bought by Shopify. Shopify is inherently focused on e-commerce. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Right? Shopify is bought and owned by, Remix is bought and owned by Shopify. I don't even want to think about how many millions of dollars exchanged hands for a framework that just promoted the web platform. That's fucking weird, man. That's so fucking crazy to me. But he has a vested interest in making you think that server-side rendering is the most important thing you could do for a web app. Now, that's the edge case. The majority of web applications made right now do not need server-side rendering. They don't even need static site generation. They're dashboard applications living within some private network that no one will ever see. That is the absolute common case for web applications. But some of these guys get into their own bubble and they ignore the fact that that's actually the common case. Oh, you're sacrificing UX. You're not. You're totally not. Per route bundling solves the entire problem of like the bad UX. Okay? You're not. Per route bundling solves most of the problems you would ever have. I mean, again, four-wheel gator, industry-specific problem is an edge case. That is literally what an edge case is. So, I'm sorry, like, your last two sentences there are actually conflicting. An industry-specific problem is the definition of an edge case. In-house, dashboard, private network things, right? My reply, absolutely, unless he hit it. There it is, hey-o, right? Calling SPAs a lower UX ceiling is misleading. There are a whole class of web apps that can be made nowadays that don't even need server interactions. Bias incoming, right? So yeah, I'll tweet that out. I don't mind. I'll rephrase it. I wasn't even speaking to the dashboard problem. I was speaking to like, dude, there are new apps that can be made nowadays that don't need a server because we can do WASM right there in the browser. And it is massively applicable without someone having to install something into their OS. That is magic. We live in the future. That is amazing. And Ryan Florence is completely eschewing the thought that those things even exist. iSense. Yeah, no worries. You could actually adopt Vexilla very soon. And I'd happily, I would even do pro bono services work to help you adopt it if you want it. Right? Because it's static file based, no server involved. That is massive for all sorts of internal tools where you don't want to operate some server and be on the hook for making sure that thing has 100% uptime and BS and all that stuff. Yeah, man. iSense, if you ever want to chat and discuss about implementing Vexilla into what you're doing, we'll actually move back onto Vexilla here in the next week or so. Orderly was a proof of concept for a book I want to write, for a tool I wanted to have exist in the world. We'll be at the point where I'm done fiddling with it, and I'm back onto my main project with it, which is Vexilla. And I will establish a services company for it and all that stuff. Right? I will absolutely write off the services aspect of it for companies that I think are proving out the idea for the benefit of using you as a logo in my, hey, these companies are using it type thing, right? So as long as there is that quid pro quo of it, I will absolutely donate part of a services contract towards, showing off that people are actually using Vexilla. Because static file-based feature flagging, holy shitballs, why isn't that the common case? Why do we need a server running Launch Darkly or some BS, or Unleash, or any of that stuff? Hell no! Hell no! It's just a file living on your static file server. Scaling that is the easiest thing you've ever done. As far as scaling any service, scaling a static file server is the easiest thing you've ever done scaling wise. So yeah, Vexilla solves a major niche. And I'm really proud to have made it. Technically, you could do the same thing with Growthbook, but they want your money for some of these features that we can just do for free anyway. Yeah, iSense. If we could stream y'all adopting Vexilla, 100% free. I don't give a shit. If we had to do it offline because you want to make sure it's private, we would establish some type of services contract, etc. Again, iSense, who cares? It's a static file sitting somewhere. Who cares which server uses it and doesn't? That's not my problem. That's not your problem. It's just a static file. All you need to do is make sure that static file scales. That's so easy. That is so easy. It's the easiest scaling anyone has ever done. For based on a region, yeah, that would be the selective feature type. Now, if you wanted to combine selective with a toggle, we don't have support for that yet. We could eventually. But right now, I don't think the core case actually cares. I don't think the core case cares at all. If that's something you need, well, yeah, a services contract, we could help build that out for you under the understanding that if we think it's worth including into the product, we would absolutely open source that. No, Vexilla has no concern for analytics right now. That would be up to you to wire up the Vexilla check with the analytics update that you care about. Eventually, implementing analytics into Vexilla would actually be what the cloud platform would be for, right? The cloud platform would be you sign up for Vexilla and you get A/B testing with the feature flags you could have done for free. But inherently, for A/B testing and statistics and all that stuff, you need a server. You can't do that without a server. I would open source the server we create, but I would still create a cloud platform for it. But currently, that's so far outside of scope. so far outside of scope. Here's the thing, I sense. You don't have to do it next week. If you would like to do a collaborative stream at some point to integrate it into a side project you have, as long as we can do it on stream, I'm 1,000% okay with that. I am 1,000% okay with that. Analytics is massive. Analytics is, right, so A/B testing is feature flags with measuring the result. If you're not measuring the result, well, that's a separate thing, you know? But yeah, I sense anyone else out there that is planning on trying to use Vexilla in some way, if you haven't seen Vexilla or don't know about it, that is what we'll be working on for the next 3 or 4 weeks, probably, you know? But right now, I want to finish this out in a way that is usable. No, it's fine. I get it, I sense. I get it. Does your company maintain any, like, open source projects that are publicly facing that we could integrate into? That would help. If not, I get it. Yeah, it's like a hard sell. Yeah, that's a little harder. I totally get it. I just, you know, wanted to give you the option. If there's any internal project at your company that they're not worried about exposing to the world, we could help implement into that. As long as you make sure to not dox anything, right? But that gets hard for, like, legal and some of that stuff. So I get it. That's why I said, like, side project. Instead, even if the side project isn't big, it could be small, but integration would actually follow, like, the same exact pattern, right? So your small side project would probably be fine. Just saying. Because at the end of the day, it's all about what is the process. And if we help you do that, then we're good to go. So, yeah, let me establish, like, the services wing. And hold on. Four-wheel gator, FF stands for feature flags. Like, literally, it's just feature flags. Yep. Yeah, so I sense. I would say, give me a week. I got stuff I want to finish up with Vexilla to make it more, like, publicly releasable, publicly documented, stuff we can do for it. Is a week enough time to, like, reevaluate if you'd like to try and, like, do it in a side project or something? Maybe you could build out your side project with the idea of feature flags in a week? Maybe 2 weeks. If you want to set a time frame, that's fine. I would say don't bring it to your company till you've messed with it, till you have, like, a better understanding. Because I would hate to burn that bridge, right? Introducing something too early means that bridge is burned forever. And I'd rather introduce my solution at a point at which you can, like, sell it better. I would say feature flags are something you absolutely need, so evaluate other services instead for now. Absolutely. If you're at a big enough company, it'll take a few weeks anyway to evaluate some of those services. And then, well, maybe you just work on a spike using some of the stuff we do together to actually present it. No, I completely understand. I just want to make sure that Vexilla is presented in the best possible light. And I would say don't present it to the company as an option until you understand it more and, like, the value and, like, the power it provides. And if it doesn't solve your need, well then, yeah, I would not recommend using it. There are other services that will solve your problem that if you were to evaluate Vexilla too early, it would actually kill Vexilla forever at your organization. Whereas instead, we could actually determine if it's the right time. And I'd love to chat about that. I'll create like a cal.com link for you if you want to chat off of stream about this thing. But again, give me like a week, because we've already been like 2+ weeks from messing with Vexilla to where like my mind isn't in the Vexilla space right now. I don't. Yeah. I don't have nearly enough. I don't have nearly enough that you could use to sell this product. So I would say it's premature to bring Vexilla to anybody outside of just us chatting. I'll create a very specific schedule on cal.com for us to chat like separately, if you really want. If you want to like fine tune how to present this, etc. I'm down. I'm totally down. That said, we're at like 7 p.m. and I kind of want to play some video games. I kind of want to cook some food. I got to do that first before I play video games. If I skip food, problems arise. So we're not doing that tonight. However, we're late enough. Yeah. I mean, my waistline enjoys skipping food. My liver does not. Very different things. Right? My calorie counter loves to skip a meal. My liver does not. All right, so who's streaming right now? Who's even going? Wait, is DM Mulroy actually live still right now? He's 8 hours into his stream. All right, so we're going to go raid someone else. Dylan's about to wrap up. He's awesome. I absolutely... Yeah, just double checking. We're going to go raid Leah, who's 2 hours in. The tilt of her camera actually is a bit triggering, so yeah, no big deal if it bugs you a bit. But we're going to go raid Leah. She's awesome. I hope Leah's going for a bit. I mean, 2 hours ain't that long. I saw that Dylan was live for like 8 hours. That is extremely long for him. So yeah, that's why I asked. We're gonna go raid Leah. Leah's awesome. So, thank y'all for hanging out. We had really good conversations. Thank you all for being here while my chair absolutely failed and did not explode the cylinder up into my butthole. If you ever lurked Reddit, yeah, that's actually a thing. When a chair's like cylinder explodes, it either goes up or down. Luckily, this one went down. Up would have been a problem. Yeah, Robotic Head is a giant individual. I'm a little like mini Hobbit person, so I never fear for my chair exploding upwards. Robotic Head, you should absolutely be worried about that. For sure, man. You're a giant. Yeah, you're like, you know, orc or ogre or whatever, right? As a mini hobbit person, I don't worry about much. But holy shit, Robotic Head, you better be worried. You've broken so many chairs. Oh, God. So, yeah, let's go head over there. Thank y'all for hanging out. See y'all soon. Later.